All right, so like I said, we're going to be starting on the head that is going to become the lid to the container, the green one that's standing on the podium. So he's actually making these as an extension to a residency that he previously had at the Museum of Glass. And what they are is actually like burial containers. So they're meant to hold, the remains of a loved one after they have passed on. It's a very traditional thing in the ancient Asian history, which is really cool and interesting to kind of like do your own little research on. But that's what he's inspired by. He's done a lot of other work outside of glass. Like before he was involved in glass, he was doing many other mixed medias, lots of printmaking and painting and working with different fabrics and collages. So really cool to kind of bring it all into this world of glass, working with our Hot Shop team. So the rest of the people that you see here hanging out are actually our members, our staff here at the museum. And so they are going to be helping him bring his vision to life and kind of create even more of these pieces that he's already brought for us to kind of look at. So what we're going to see is that we actually have color on that bubble. So it is going to be that same green color. And what he's going to do is make something that we call a color cup. So it's going to be this pretty big cup that then we're going to actually use to sculpt with. So you'll see they're going to make a transfer onto this new pipe so that he can start working with the other side of that color cup, start to open it up a little bit more. Hello, welcome in, you guys. Hope everyone's having a good morning. We are just getting started, so I will be here to kind of fill you in on what's going on. We do have a visiting artist this week on a residency. So Ramsan, who's here with the white hat on, he's kind of the creative director of everything that we're doing today, and actually what we'll be doing for the rest of the week. So our hot shop is going to be helping him make anything that he wants to make while he's here. And you can see down on the table here, we actually have some examples of what has been previously made and what he's going to be continue making. So it's these sculpted heads that are actually supposed to be lids to a container. And in our case, we're going to be making the lids to these pretty big containers that we have on the podium. These are actually meant to be burial containers, so they're supposed to hold your loved ones after they have passed on. It's a known tradition in ancient Asian history, and so he's kind of playing into that. He's originally from the Philippines and wants to kind of pay homage to that ancient history. So they would actually bury their family members and then later on bring them back up, put them in, cremate them and put them into these beautiful containers that then had this sculpted head on the top. So yeah. So it would actually be, or not like the glass wasn't made out of it, but they would then put, yeah, and back then it wasn't made out of glass. It was made out of like ceramic or stone or wood. But in this case, he's wanting to do it with glass to give a different effect. But has previously done lots of work with other mediums as well. So if we could actually see the artist slideshow, we'd be able to kind of give some idea of our visiting artist's background and some other pieces that he has previously made. So he was here with us on a residency a couple years back and actually was working on similar things. So this is kind of like an extension to that previous residency that he had, just continuing to expand on what he was already previously making. So we can see these different containers, or what you could call almost like an urn, that then have these sculpted figures or heads or, you know, other pieces of that person's life sculpted and placed onto the lid that then encase the whole thing. Really interesting stuff. It'll be really fun to see. We're currently kind of just getting prepared for what we call the color cup to get picked up, and then that's how we're going to start sculpting this head that is going to become the lid. Thank you for the slideshow. Could we go back to the hot shop cameras? All right, so we can see on our center bench, we have that color cup. So it's that same green that that large container is. Of course, right now, it's really hard to tell what color it is just because of how hot it is. So we won't be able to see that true green color start to show up until it cools down a lot. And then even then, we won't be able to fully see that color until it's actually gotten all the way down to room temperature. So we can see we've prepared the cup. Meanwhile, one of our other glass blowers is preparing the glass that is going to get stuffed inside of this cup. So we're kind of going to rest the cup down, and then we're going to come over with this hot glass and actually fill the cup on the inside to basically pick it up onto that separate pipe. So you'll notice that one of our glass blowers actually pulled out a metal stand from what we call the garage. So the garage is kind of like this really nice place for the glass to kind of rest at a perfect temperature. And we can also put things in there that we kind of want to preheat or get ready. So we're going to place that cup down onto that metal stand so that we can be ready to then bring over this hot glass on the end of the pipe and stuff it inside of the cup. You'll notice we're going to let that glass fill up the entire cup so that we can just pick it up, and now we have color on that solid glass that we're going to be able to start working with and sculpting. So you'll see now that we have that color cup that we stuffed and is now on the end of this pipe, we're going to start rolling it out on what we call the Marver table, helping it get shape, kind of rounding it out, making sure that any of those edges of the cup are actually secured. What else I want us to notice is that all of this glass is on the end of a solid pipe, so it's actually not a blowpipe. We won't be blowing any air into it, simply because we want all that glass so that we can be able to sculpt it and change it and kind of have more freedom, versus when you actually start to blow into the glass starts to become really thin, and then it can be hard to get that sculpture, ability. So you'll notice that they're hanging up the reference photos that the artist drew and brought in, so that Trenton, who's going to be sculpting the head, has, an idea to work off of as he starts the process of sculpting this piece. So we can see that he's going in with these damp newspapers that allows the glass blowers to get some close contact with the glass and be able to kind of shape it. And it looks like right now he's starting to create almost like what's going to become the neck that then turns into the head. Meanwhile, our other glass blowers are going to start working on the base of that lid. So we have some glass on the end of a blowpipe that is completely clear glass that we get out of our glass furnace. And this is how we're going to be able to start blowing into it. It's a blowpipe, so it has this hollow space through the whole pipe, which allows then for a bubble to form on the inside. So you can see that bubble go right inside of that glass. Meanwhile, we are starting to heat up that same color that we used for the head. And we're going to do something that we call a color drop or a color overlay, where we actually are going to cover this entire clear bubble with colored glass. So he's just going to take that colored glass and actually kind of section out how much of it we need to use. And now we're going to start to prepare for this color overlay. So we're going to heat up that color really nice and hot. And then we're going to prepare to actually drop it onto the surface of that clear bubble. So you can see we're kind of giving the clear bubble that we had like a little hat. You can imagine we're putting a little colored hat on top of it that we're now going to start to spread across the entire surface to give us one solid color across all of our glass. Meanwhile, we can see that some sculpting is starting to happen on the head. He's having to use a really hot torch that can kind of give us very specific heat in certain areas to be able to change and start sculpting the glass to give it the different features that our artist is looking for. You can see we're starting to spread out that color all onto our clear bubble of glass. So we'll notice that on the side of the hot shot where we're starting to sculpt the head, we're actually going in and using these cork paddles to apply a little bit of pressure and actually flatten certain areas and trying to, get rid of some of the roundness that we had around those, what looks like is going to be the ears of the head. And you'll see that we have gotten a fresh new layer of hot glass onto the surface of what will become the base of the lid. And you can see we're going in with a wooden tool that we call a block. And this allows us to round out the shape of our glass and also make sure that we have equal distribution of glass around the entire pipe, so that as we start to blow air into our glass, our air won't go into any direction that will then cause it to become lopsided. He's going to go over and cool down his pipe. This is just a water trough with water that spits up at the pipe to cool it down. So you'll notice in the center bench, we are continuing to blow air into the glass to form a very large bubble. And we're actually using measurements from the container on the podium that we are making a lid for. So if you look on this podium, the green container is what we are currently making a lid for. All these lids for these containers actually have a sculpted head on top of them, a human head. So on the further bench, you can see we are starting to sculpt out that head. And again, for those of you who are recently joining us, we are here with a visiting artist who is on a week residency with us. So he will be here all week working on his own pieces. So he comes in with the creative ideas, and then our Hot Shop team brings it together and makes it happen. So Ramsan, who is here with the baseball cap on, with the white and gray baseball cap, he's our visiting artist who will be here for the whole week. It looks like we're going to go ahead and transfer this blown glass onto a new pipe. So you can see we're making that connection to the new pipe on the bottom of the piece, and we're going to get prepared to break it off of its original pipe and onto the new one. So you'll see we're going to actually go in and tap it off of the pipe. And now we'll be able to start working with that glass from the other side of the piece where we actually have an opening to a hollow space that's inside. And again, on the further side of the hot shop, we are continuing to sculpt that human head form that we're looking for. We also have some examples down here on the table of previous artwork that the artist has done of what these heads will eventually look like, or at least relatively similar to. Of course, in our case, we're wanting to make one that is large enough to cover this opening of the container here. So you'll see that our glass blower is just finished off on that colored cup that we're going to be using a little bit later. So for safe storage, we actually put it into this thing that we call a garage. The garage is this silver box that you see in the middle of our hot shop. It's at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it allows for a space where our glass can be safely held without being too cold or too hot. So it makes sure that it stays at the perfect temperature where it's not going to crack in any way or get too hot that it's going to become fluid again. So we're able to kind of store things in there for when we need them a little later on. So the process of sculpting this head is still continuing. If we look closely, we can start to see that a lot of those features that we're looking for are beginning to develop. So it looks like we have the ears on the side of the head and then what seems to be a nose. We also have pictures up on that metal wall right by the glory hole where we actually reheat the glass. And this is so that the glass blowers can see what the artist is kind of aiming for. This is the artist's actual sketches of what he would like to achieve and what shapes he's looking for. You can see that we're adding just a little bit of clear glass onto the surface. And again, he's going in with this cork paddle to actually help shape and kind of flatten off certain areas of the glass while it's still hot. We're going in with another piece of clear glass on the end of a pipe, adding it onto the head like we just previously did. So now it looks like we're actually seeing that we just added on what's going to be the ears. So previously we actually had just the nose on either side. So from either side that you look at it, you'll be able to see the face. So it's kind of like double-sided. And again, you'll notice he's going in with this really hot torch that gives us very specific heat in certain areas. He's now going in on that glass that was added for the ears and actually trimming away some with these specialized scissors that are meant for glass called shears. you're getting a really nice view of cooling down the pipe. So we use this water trough that actually spits up water onto the pipe to cool it down. And on the end of this pipe, we're just continuing to gather more clear glass. So we're trying to build up how much we have so that we can reach a specific measurement that we have for that cup that we put away. So if you remember, we put away something into the garage for us to use a little later. And so right now we're trying to make what will actually be stuffing the inside of that cup. So as we continue to build up mass on one pipe so that we can start the lid, we're still sculpting over here on the actual head. So sculpting in glass can be a pretty tedious process because it's a lot of back and forth between the bench to the glory hole. And just to give you a little overview of the hot shop, everything starts in our glass furnace. So you can notice there is the glass furnace with the door on it. We're actually about to go into it right now. So he goes inside of that glass furnace, and there's basically a big pot holding all of this hot molten glass inside that he is then rotating his pipe inside of to get a new layer of hot glass onto the surface. So the glass furnace in our hot shop, it holds about 1,000 pounds of hot molten glass, and it actually is running 24/7. We never turn off the glass furnace. You can imagine that if we were to turn it off at the end of every day and try to turn it back on and heat it up in a short period of time, it wouldn't really work out for us. So we just keep them on all the time, and we actually have 2 of them in our hot shop, so that we can kind of rotate between the 2. When one of them starts to empty, we fill up the other one, and we can go back and forth continuously, making sure that we always have hot glass that we are able to work with. Once we have gathered the glass out of the glass furnace, we take it to the bench and we start working with it with our tools, but of course it starts to cool down very quickly. And that's why we then have to use what we call the glory hole. Those are the big round chambers that are kind of glowing at you, and you can kind of feel the heat already coming off of them when you came in. These use natural gas. Actually, everything in our hot shop is ran by natural gas. And it basically compresses all of that heat, right? It's forced air inside of this chamber, and it's well insulated that it kind of holds all of that heat in there, and it's about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So you can imagine really, really hot, but we want to be able to heat our glass back up after it has started to cool down. Besides those very essential parts that we need to be able to perform glass blowing, We also have the Marver tables, which we use to roll the glass out, to shape it, to, keep it round, or we can sometimes bring it to a point. It all depends on what we're making and how much air we're going to be blowing into it. And then again, like I had previously mentioned, the garage, which is very important in our hot shop. It allows us to be able to store things for later, and especially when we're working on larger pieces that have a lot of moving parts, it allows us to kind of hold off on those parts and be able to add them whenever we're ready without having to worry about maintaining our time and trying to keep all of that glass hot simultaneously. It looks like we are starting to get prepared to stuff the glass inside of this color cup that we previously made. So you'll see that we have this cup that is colored with that same green color of the container that we're going to be making a lid for. So this green container that you see here is what we're actively making a lid for. And then down on the table, you can actually see some examples of these lids and what they look like with the sculpted head on top. So we're getting the cup prepared, and then we have all this glass on the end of our pipe that we're going to actually stuff inside. So we're going to allow all of this clear glass to fill up the inside of this colored cup. So you're asking, how do we make the different colors? Well, we don't make them in-house. We actually order them from a company that makes all of the colors. And it's made by minerals. So the different minerals that you add to glass causes it to have a different color. So the best example I can give you that always kind of clicks for people is you use cobalt to make a very deep blue. So all the colors that we get are already made and usually come in this bar form. So it's a bar of colored glass that then we break into smaller pieces, warm up, get it ready to be then added onto the surface of our glass. Yeah, so since all of the glass that we get out of the glass furnace is completely clear, we do have to kind of manually add our color. So usually we'll use the garage to preheat our color pieces, and then we're able to have them ready to go. Because you can imagine, we can't go from room temperature glass to 2,300 degree glass, right? There's kind of stepping stones we have to take so that the glass doesn't actually shatter and explode on itself. So we do have little spots. Do you see the box that has the number 45 written on it? That's another place where we keep colored glass bars to kind of preheat them. Does that make sense? Okay. So you'll see that we just broke off that colored cup. We're setting it on this stand on the floor so that we can come in and stuff that colored cup with all of that clear glass that we have on the end of our pipe. You can see that we want to make sure that we are completely filling the whole thing and not leaving any air bubbles inside. Now that we have picked up that colored cup, we're going to start to roll it out on the Marver table. This is to make sure that we have a good connection between the two and that we can smooth out any edges and start to round it out and get a shape that we're looking for. So as we smooth out that new addition of the color cup onto our glass, We are also continuing to sculpt out the head that is eventually going to be added on to what we have on this other pipe as well. So we're kind of simultaneously working on different pieces that are then all going to be brought together to create one of the lids. So you can see in our center bench, we are continuing to shape this glass that we're working with. He's going in with actually a stack of newspapers that we keep damp with water, and it allows the glass blowers to get a little bit of a closer contact with the glass. It can almost feel like the bare hand is actually guiding and changing the shape of the glass. And he's trying to make sure that he can actually get it up to the measurement that we're looking for it to be able to fit as the lid on that green container. So once again, for those of you that are joining us and haven't heard yet, we are here with a visiting artist this week who is on a week-long residency. So Ramsun is here for the entire week, and we'll be working with our team of glassblowers. Here he is up at the front with the baseball cap on. He has previously been here at the Museum of Glass for a residency, and he's kind of extending what he previously did with us a couple years ago. So he's making these sculpted heads that are actually then lids that are going onto the top of these different containers. And they're actually meant to be for, burial items. So the remains of loved ones would go inside of these containers after they had passed away. They would be cremated and then put into these containers in ancient Asian culture and history. He is originally from the Philippines, and this is kind of one of his focuses in his artwork. So he has previously made other containers similar to this out of different mediums. And in this case, we're, of course, working with glass and making these large containers that then have these beautiful sculpted lids that go on top. So we can see that we have actually flattened out that glass. And again, this is all solid glass. None of it is blown anymore. And we flattened it into this disc shape, getting it ready to have another one added and this kind of little part that comes out as well, before we then are able to attach the sculpted head that our other bench of glass blowers are working on. So the process of shaping this glass is a little bit different than when we blow it, and is also a little bit more time consuming because we're working with solid glass. The whole thing is glass. There is no hollow space on the inside. So it's a lot of trying to get all of that glass really nice and hot so we can actually shape it and change it, which takes a little bit longer than when we are blowing the glass. Because of course, the thinner the glass gets, the quicker it's going to start to heat up. And so since we're working with all of this solid glass, both on the sculpted head and on the base of what's going to become the lid, it takes a little while to kind of get it to the shape that we want and actually add more elements onto it. So our glass blowers have heated it up nice and hot so they can actually turn it upside down and start to flatten out the bottom and also those sides. So we're going from having this very round disc shape, almost like a frisbee is what it was looking like, and now we're trying to kind of square it off. If you look closely at the container here on the podium, you'll see that it actually has that square kind of rectangular opening instead of it being round. So you're going to see that it takes a little bit of time to be able to get straight edges, especially with glass. It likes to be fluid and very flowing and round, and so getting it to create these geometric lines can be a little bit challenging. But as long as we continue to heat it, place it on that flat surface and change it, it's going to be the same green as that. Yeah, so what it looks like right now is orange, and that's just because of how hot it is. We are, again, working with over 2,000 degree temperatures. So the glory holes that we're heating inside of, these big round chambers, are about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And so the glass is very hot, and the heat actually distorts the color that we're seeing. So right now it looks like it's this orangey, reddish color, when in reality, once it cools down, it's going to go on the green one. So it'll be, yeah, it'll be green. It doesn't look like it's going to be green, but I promise you, as it starts to rapidly cool down, we start to see a little bit more of the true colors show up. Um, it will go into what we call an annealer, which is the big black box that you see actually open right now on the far side of the hot shop. And it's usually an overnight, so 12 hours for it to go from about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit all the way down to room temperature. You are going to see a glimpse of it, but you will not get to see the finished. I mean, you get to see green here finished. It's the same color, so there won't be any difference between them. But right now, it looks like there's a huge difference between them, right? So we can see that we have achieved that very square shape by just repeating to heat it up and kind of flatten those edges with a flat surface. It looks like our glass blowers are going to let it cool down just a little bit, so we can kind of check in and see how the sculpting is going on the head that is going to be eventually added onto the base of what's going to become the lid. We can see that it's continuing to be a lot of detailed work. So using that really hot torch to kind of target very specific areas that need to be changed and manipulated. But if we look at that head, we can see that we have the ears attached and also the nose on both sides. So the head will actually have two faces, one on either side. And we can see, again, just going in with those cork paddles, continuing to flatten certain areas. And then using that brush, that broom head, to actually sweep away any excess being left over on the surface. All right, so it looks like in our center bench we are actually getting ready to attach on a new pipe to the bottom of the piece so that we can actually transfer over. You'll see that they were continuing to use pre-made measurements to make sure that everything is the size that our artist is looking for. As we add that clear glass onto the top of the piece, and then he's going to trim it away from that pipe so that it is now attached onto our entire piece. I will say we do have classes, so there are opportunities out there to try it out and see if you have a hand for it or not. So you'll see that we have some more clear glass on the end of a pipe that we're going to be adding onto the bottom of this piece. Again, we're kind of like building these layers, right? So we have the main base, and if you look down here at the table, you can see there's the main base and then two extra pieces that kind of come off to create the whole base of the lid before we then are going to add on the very exciting part, the sculpted head that we've been preparing. So we can see he went ahead and shaped that glass that was just added on. And it looks like we are starting to get closer and closer to that moment where we're going to actually flip this piece to the opposite side. So we're going to be able to work with the other end of the glass because we're going to transfer onto a new pipe. And meanwhile, our sculpted head is doing the same. We have attached a new pipe onto the top of the head so that we can be prepared for when it gets attached onto the full lid. Very exciting. We're going to see it all come together into one finalized piece. You'll see that he's adding a little bit of water to that weak spot to tap it off of the pipe. So adding the water creates these very small cracks in the surface of the glass so that when we go to tap it off of the pipe, it's further encouraged to break in that location rather than anywhere else on the piece. So we will notice that Sarah has prepared a little bit of glass on the end of a solid pipe that we're going to be able to transfer on and attach to the bottom of this piece so that we can start getting prepared for the other side to get the sculpted head added on. Meanwhile, they are just kind of fixing up that edge left over from when we broke off the head from the pipe, just to make sure it's cleaned up and is the right length that they're looking for the neck. So we can see that he is starting to trim off that excess glass from the head so that we have shortened the neck and also created a even and clean edge. We are starting to attach the new pipe onto the other side of the glass so that we can get ready to break off and start working with the opposite side. So we're going to see the same steps as before. He's going to make sure the connection is really good between the two. And then in that weak spot where the glass kind of thins up towards the top where it meets the pipe, he's going to actually apply that water, create some small cracks, and then get ready to tap it off. There's that water, and now tapping it off. So like you said, they just got to clean up that spot where it broke off from the pipe, get it all clean and ready to go so that we can then attach the head and be able to see the full finished lid to one of these containers. So you'll notice that we took some extra time inside of our glory hole to really make sure that we heated up that half of the piece where we want to start fixing that spot where it was connected to the previous pipe. So we got it really nice and hot so that we can start going in and actually separating away that glass so we can trim it off, and then we're going to begin the process of flattening it down to become flush and flat with the rest of the piece. All right, so now we begin the process of starting to heat up that certain area of the glass that we want to attach the sculpted head onto. So we're going in with this really hot torch and applying very specific heat to the area that we are going to be making the attachment at. This process will take a few little back and forth moments as we want to make sure the rest of the glass that we are not heating with the torch doesn't start to get too cold, because then we have risk of it actually breaking, which is the last thing we would want to happen this far into the process. All right, and here we come. We have both of the pieces, and we're going to get ready to connect the two. They are officially attached to one another, so we're going to be getting ready to now break off the pipe away from the sculpted head so that it is entirely attached to the main piece. Again, we're seeing it, a little bit of water on that connection point, and then we're going to prepare to go ahead and tap it on off. So now is the part of the process where they go in and just kind of fix up any small areas that have, some of that leftover glass from the previous pipe, or they want to make sure that everything is properly positioned and nice and even and the head is not kind of crooked in any way. So we'll have a little bit of an adjustment period where we're just making sure everything looks good. So you'll notice that we heated up that top of the head just so we can trim away that excess glass that we don't want on the piece. Going in with those shears that we use to trim glass off and away from the rest of the piece. He's going to go in with this cork paddle just to clean up where we trimmed away some of that clear glass that we had left over from the previous pipe that was attached to the sculpted head. And it even looks like we're starting to heat up and prepare the color for the next one that we're going to start on right after this. And now that it has actually cooled down quite a bit, if you look close enough, you can actually see that very light transparent green starting to show through a little bit more. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers has gotten into some protective clothing, so that means we are getting ready to break this piece off of the pipe and put it away. All right, so here we go. We're adding that water once again to that connection point to create those small cracks on the surface of the glass. And getting ready to tap it off. And off to the annealer it goes. Round of applause for a finished piece. And awesome work from our visiting artists for the finished piece of the day. So as we were finishing off that lid for that container, we actually already have begun on another one. So we are in the first step processes of getting it going. So if you want to stick around and see the beginning of the process, maybe you came in only for the second half or right at the end, we're going to be starting and beginning another one. All right, hello. If you're just joining us, you came in at a great time because we actually just started on the next piece. So we are here with a visiting artist who's on a residency for the week. He's here with his pieces that you can actually get a glimpse at on the table as well as on the podium. We have already made one of these lids that is going to go on top of one of these containers. So it's got this kind of square shape instead of the round disc, but it does still have the same sculpted head. So Ramson is here working with us, and we're bringing his creative ideas to life with our Hot Shop team. You'll see the visiting artist is the young man with the baseball cap on with the white and gray. And so we are just getting started on the beginning of the process. We are creating what we call color cups right now, and these color cups are eventually what we're going to be using to stuff the glass inside of. So we're going to be creating these solid glass pieces. None of it is actually blown except for the color cups that we then fill with glass. So a lot of sculpting and a lot of kind of detail work goes into it. So it's really fun to watch kind of how it evolves as we start to create the sculpted heads and then the base of the container. The beginning of the process is always a little bit slow moving, but you'll be able to see as we go from a very small amount of glass on our pipe to then blowing it and creating this colored cup that will then prepare to get stuffed with solid clear glass. So we can see on the far bench that one of our color cups is just about ready to be transferred onto a new pipe. So we're going to see the process of how we move from one pipe onto a new one as we connect this new pipe onto the bottom of that blown glass. You'll see he's grabbing a little bit of water onto that connection point so that we can tap it off the pipe and now be able to start working with the other side of the glass to start opening it up and creating that cup shape that we're looking for. So the smaller colored cup that we're working with on the far side of the hot shop is what's going to become that sculpted head that will be on top of the lid. Meanwhile, in the center here, we are making what will eventually become the base. And I do believe we are no longer making the lid for the green one. We just previously made a green lid for that tall green container that you see. This time, instead, we're working on the one for this black, very charcoaly gray color. Right now, since the glass is so hot, it's really hard to tell what the true color is, just because the heat actually distorts it. But once it starts to cool down pretty quickly, we start to see that color show up much more. Yeah, so inside of what we call the glory hole, which is where we reheat the glass, it's about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. It's all natural gas. You'll see that we're now ready to transfer onto a new pipe with our bigger color cup that we're doing. So he's making that connection onto the bottom of the piece with the new pipe, and then gonna get ready to go ahead and break it off of its original blowpipe. Little bit of water on that point where we want it to break, and then getting ready to tap it off. And we're now going to be able to start working with the other side, opening it up, creating that cup shape that we're looking for. If we look on the other side of the hot shop, as we come out of that glory hole, we'll be able to see the exact shape that we're going for, just a little bit of a smaller variation. So you'll see now on the far bench, he's actually starting to prepare the glass that is going to be stuffed inside of that small color cup that we have created. So we're keeping the color cup pretty warm as we start to build that glass that's going to go inside of the cup. You'll see now he's actually going into our glass furnace where we have all of our clear glass. We have about 1,000 pounds inside of that glass furnace, and it actually never turns off. It's the one thing in our hot shop that we keep on 24/7. You can imagine, because we have so much hot molten glass inside of there, if we were to turn it off at the end of the day and try and reheat it, it wouldn't properly reheat. And that's why we always keep them on and always make sure that at least one of our glass furnaces has molten glass in it that we can use and work with. So the other large color cup that we had made and prepared, we actually put away into what we call our garage. So this big silver box that you see in the hot shop is what we call the garage. It's at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's where we can store things for us to be able to use a little later on. So it keeps our glass at this really nice temperature where it's not too hot, not too cold. And so that's where we went ahead and stored that color cup so that we can build all of that glass that we need to then fill it. Since it's so large, it takes a little bit longer to get that amount of glass on the end of our pipe. You'll see that we're going to get a new layer of glass onto what we already have on our pipe so that we can have a fresh layer that will eventually be going inside of that cup. He's going to go over and just cool down his pipe in this water trough that kind of spits water up onto the pipe, helping it cool down. So we're going to go ahead and break off that color cup and rest it on a stand on the ground so that we can come over with our glass and press it inside, beginning to fill the cup up with all of that glass. So we were basically able to pick up that color cup with all that glass that we had on the end of our pipe, so that now all of that clear glass that we have is going to be that color. It won't look like it right now because it's a little bit challenging to even see the color. But once it's being sculpted and actually added to the rest of the piece, you'll see that it's going to be all one cohesive color. All right, so now that we have that color onto our glass, this is when we start to prepare for the sculpting to be happening. We're going to start sculpting out the head that is going to go on top of the lid. So it's going to be just a process of a lot of back and forth motion, making sure that we don't let the glass get too hot or too cold. Specifically in our case, we want to make sure that we're keeping that glass really nice and warm. If we allow it to get too cold, it can cause it to crack, and then it could possibly fall off the pipe, which we don't want to happen. So you'll see he's going in with this wooden tool that we call the block. This wooden tool is soaked in water at all times so that we can use it on the hot surface of the glass. So he's now going to start using some newspapers. So it's a stack of newspapers that we keep damp with some water that he can go in and actually shape the glass with. It allows him to get kind of this closer contact with the glass. It can almost feel like he's shaping it with his bare hand as he guides the glass. And he's going to kind of allow the kind of back half of the glass to become a little bit skinny so that we can create basically what's going to be the neck of the head. So you can see he's kind of almost pinching with the newspapers, allowing us to see that it's creating that new shape in the glass. All right, so one of our glass blowers is starting to get all of that glass that we're gonna need to be able to fill that really large color cup that we have sitting waiting inside of our garage. So you're gonna see it's just a lot of trying to build up that mass, a lot of going into the glass furnace, collecting more glass, building these layers until he gets the right amount of glass that can then be able to fill the entire color cup. Meanwhile, we have some sculpting starting on the head. So the artist Ramson, wanted the head to be a little bit more narrow. So the nose is going to go on the center, and it'll actually be double-sided, so it'll have a face on both sides. Meanwhile, the ears are going to go on that side that he actually applied that pressure and kind of squished inwards. So you can see very gently going in with those tweezers to start creating what will become the nose. So we can actually see him creating the bridge of the nose right now. He's using these cork paddles. We often use them in glass blowing to kind of squish things or flatten certain edges. And so he's going in very detailed to create that bridge of the nose. Again, like I had mentioned, it is a lot of kind of back and forth, jumping between the bench and then to reheat at the glory hole. And then he also uses this hot torch that is specific heat that he can apply to a certain area to get the glass even hotter so that he can work with it for a little bit longer. So you'll notice that he's using this metal tool that has this small little ball right on the end of it so that he can go in and start adding the nostrils. Meanwhile, we are starting to really build up a lot of glass on the end of this pipe that we're going to be able to fill our color cup with, that will then become the base of the lid. All right, so you may have noticed that we pulled out that color cup from the garage. And so we're going to start getting it a little bit warmer, getting it up to the similar temperature as the glass that we've been shaping and getting ready to go inside of it. And then we'll be able to actually finally get to the part where we fill it up with all this glass that we have taken the time to get. Yeah. So this glass here that is resting is going to go inside of that cup and actually fill the entire thing. So basically we'll have just a solid chunk of glass so that we can then work with it to create what's going to become the base of the lid for the head to then attach onto. All right, so breaking it off so that we can place it on this stand on the floor for all this glass to then be put inside of that cup. So now that we have picked up that color cup, we're gonna kind of roll it out, make sure that we get those edges to attach themselves to the rest of the glass. And then the process of shaping really begins. We're gonna be turning it into kind of a disc shape to start, and then we're gonna be turning that disc into a square by kind of forcing the glass to get those, geometric kind of lines. So since the opening of those containers are square, we won't be able to make the same kind of example that he has down here where it's round. So that's why we have this kind of wood set out on the table, is that's where we're actually going to go in to start straightening those edges eventually. But we have a little bit until we get there. We first have to get that initial kind of disc shape to then be able to shape it into a square. It looks like on our head we are adding the ears on. So we can see just going in and shaping those ears that have been added onto the head. Yeah, I mean, we will probably be working on this for another 30, 45 minutes probably. So, but once we're finished with this piece, we'll be going on lunch. So you are free to go do whatever you'd like. Yeah, I totally hear you. For a little bit, we will be just kind of shaping. It's a little bit of a long process until all the pieces start to come together. So I would say, give it a good 15 minutes. Maybe come back and just kind of peek your head in to see what we're doing. But yeah. All right, so we can see that we have officially created that disc shape that I was talking about a little earlier, that we're then going to start to turn into that square kind of rectangle that is eventually then going to be able to fit on top of this container that we have on the podium. All right, so we can see that we had very specific measurements that we needed to fit into so that it can actually go on top of this container and be the lid for it without it being too big or too small. And so the glass blowers kind of had to actually make it a little bit smaller by angling it. Um, so we went through a little process of kind of fixing the shape just lightly. But we're going to just go ahead and continue on with the process of trying to shape it and then eventually squaring it off. All right, so we are preparing for some glass to actually be added on. And again, since this is all solid glass that we're working with, it's actually a lot heavier than if it were to be blown, of course, because we don't have that hollow space inside. But you can see we're going to drop that glass on. For this design, they actually did decide to keep it round instead of trying to square it off. We also have the sculpted head. It's been actually flipped to the other side. So we attached a new pipe, and now we have worked on the neck and making sure that it's the right length. So now we just start the process of shaping this piece of glass that we have added on to the bottom of the piece. So they have to really make sure on this piece that they're keeping that glass that's connected to the pipe really nice and hot, because we do have a small crack that's starting to form And if it gets any bigger or starts to spread in any way, we do have the risk of the whole piece actually coming off the pipe. So that's why we're being extra cautious and really trying to keep it nice and warm. That back half of the glass starts to cool down a lot faster than the rest. If you think about it, as we go into the glory hole, a lot of that heat is only hitting the front, and that back side is not getting as much of the heat as it needs to be. So what we're going to be doing in a moment here is adding the last piece onto this base. So you'll see once again attaching that glass on by holding the piece completely up and down and letting that glass kind of drip its way on and then trimming it away so that we can now start to shape that new glass that we just added. Shaping this glass that we added is the last step that we need before we can transfer onto a new pipe and then be ready to finally attach the sculpted head onto the entire lid and be able to see it all put together. right, so Sarah has prepared the punny that we're going to attach onto the bottom of the piece so that we can transfer over onto this new pipe. We specifically did something that we call a cold core punny, where she actually allowed that first layer of glass that she gathered to really cool down quite a bit before getting a second layer on top, just to make sure that it's even more stable and is able to hold all the weight of all this solid glass that we have. So we're going to be getting ready now to go ahead and transfer over to this new pipe. Again, we're trying to make sure that we're keeping heat on that back half of the piece, making sure that it's warm enough that we see a little bit of movement. Once we know the connection's good between the two and we're ready to go ahead and break off, we're going to add a little bit of water to that connection point to create these very small cracks in the surface of the glass. So you'll see adding that glass and then that water, and then we're going to get ready to break it off. So now that we have switched onto a new pipe, there's some small adjustment that happens. We're trying to make sure that the piece is centered on the pipe while that glass that is on the pipe is still warm enough for us to do so. So you can see he's going in with that wooden paddle, kind of just adjusting, making sure that we are nice and centered and even. The next step in the process is just preparing the opposite side of the piece that we now have exposed and getting it ready for the actual sculpted head to be attached on. So since we're going to be adding that solid glass head that we sculpted, it's going to be heavy, so kind of like adding that weight, we have to make sure that both ends are heated up properly, that they'll be able to actually make a connection and attach to one another. So we're going to see in the center bench, we're going to be torching that bottom where we want the head to be attached, taking the time to just make sure that we have good connection between the two. So we can see both of the glass blowers at their separate benches are using these hot torches to make sure that they can heat it up really nice and warm so that they'll be able to connect to one another and stay connected. Bringing over our sculpted head, we're going to go ahead and attach this sculpted piece onto the rest of the base of the lid. He's going in with the jacks just to make sure that there is a connection between the two. Blowing a little bit of air into that area just to cool it down, making sure that it's not too hot now that it'll come off. And he's now going to prepare to break away the pipe that's still connected to the sculpted head. So once again, a little bit of water, creating those small cracks and then tapping it off. So we're now going to see trying to remove that excess glass left over from the pipe on top of the head. So we're going to heat it up, pull out that glass and cut it away, and then reshape the head, making sure that we don't have any sort of pointed end. So we are finally getting a look at what it's going to be pretty much in its complete form. They're going to go through, just make some small adjustments, try and get it ready to be broken off, just heating it, making sure everything's nice and warm. But this is a glimpse at what the finished product is before it then cools down and we get to see the actual true color. Of course, that happens over about like a 12-hour period of time. It will go into what we call the annealer, which is the big black box that you see on the side of the hot shop. And this is where it slowly cools down from about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit all the way until it reaches room temperature. All right, so we are just about finished. We have one of our glass blowers getting some protective clothing on so that he'll be able to actually carry it to the annealer to be put away safely. All right, so it's that moment. We're going to go ahead and get ready to break it off, adding that water to the connection point. Our glass blower is going to get prepared to actually grab a hold of the piece as we now get ready to tap it off. And away it goes into the annealer. Yeah, a round of applause. All right. There it is, finished. Awesome. So our glass blowers are going to go on a well-deserved lunch break. So we'll be back in about an hour or so. If you want to come and see after lunch, we'll have the time posted up on the screen. If not, thank you for coming in. We hope to see you again soon.
All right, welcome into the Hot Shop, everyone who has just joined in. Today we have a visiting artist down on our Hot Shop floor. So this is kind of what I'm going to introduce first, is basically who we have and what we're going to be doing, and then I'll hop into maybe a general overview of the Hot Shop, just in case you haven't been in before. But this is our visiting artist right up in the front right here. And his name is Ramson Bustillo. Now, it's your own work. You can move your own work. Now, he's been here twice before. These are some pieces he made probably in 2023, I believe. Yeah, these are pieces he made in 2023, and he wants to continue them in this residency. Now, these are secondary burial jars, and what that means is they will dig up the remains of a loved one and bury them a second time within this jar and kind of just honor their life. But that is what we'll be seeing. Apparently we'll see some jar lids, which tend to be really complex. They incorporate hand sculpted elements into them. Some of them are even worked with after the Hot Shop. They're worked with cold, and they'll grind and polish and add texture to them. So we'll see that whole process unfold. This is first time I'm stepping in today, so I'm kind of catching up. But yeah, everyone else down here, by the way, these are our resident Hot Shop team members. So they'll help any visiting artists that come through. Whenever we don't have a visiting artist, they'll be making store items, but they are very experienced glass blowers. They have between 20 and 30 years of blowing experience individually. Now, just to give a short overview of the Hot Shop, I'll point out where we kind of start everything, which is the glass furnace. And the glass furnaces are the tanks with the closed doors specifically. So we have one on the left that has like a do not open sign hanging on it. This one is charging more glass inside, which is why we have to let it sit. And these hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass individually at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And it stays at that temperature 24/7. We never shut it off. We don't turn it down. And these open face ones at every single bench, these are what we use to reheat the glass and just make it more malleable, workable again. And these, I guess they run a little bit warmer. They can get up to about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So just a little hotter than the molten glass itself. And we are starting with some color right away. So I think I might have a little example. Yes, perfect. This is a piece of color bar, solid colored glass through and through. This is a transparent color. And we will get these shipped in from various companies that create them. It's different metals, minerals, oxides mixed into the raw glass and then rolled out into a bar. And what we'll do with this, you'll see, we'll melt it down completely and then kind of roll it over top of a clear bubble to create a layer of color within the piece. So we're not working with just pure colored glass. This is simply a layer of colored green glass within clear layers, basically. Yeah, I really like to talk about the technical aspect of the glass blowing, but if you guys ever have any questions for or about the visiting artist, feel free to ask about that as well. This is information I can always ask from him and kind of relay to you guys. So a lot of our tools, including the pipes, they're made out of stainless steel or just steel in general. And I know it was kind of surprising when I learned this as well, but apparently steel is a relatively poor conductor of heat. So the heat will travel maybe about this far down, but it doesn't really pass beyond that. And you'll actually see the area of the pipe that's discolored from that as well. But yeah, we are constantly heating up the metal to the point where it starts to glow and it is technically malleable. So the metal is probably weakening over time, and on top of that, we are quenching the metal in water frequently as well, whenever we're breaking glass off the pipe, for example. Yeah, a lot of our tools, we have to get new tools every now and then, whether it's metal or wood. So this is the color overlay process, or color drop. We melted down that color, which I showed you an example of earlier, the color bar. And we dropped this on top of a clear bubble. Right now it's just kind of sitting like a mushroom cap on top, but we'll push and roll it back while it's still hot until it completely covers up that clear. And usually we'll only do this once, but sometimes with very specific pieces, or if we want to layer colors, we'll do this multiple times. And then the inside of the piece will have one color, the outside of the piece will have another color, or it'll just have a depth of color in general. Oh, and I was asking what's going to be going on over on the right bench, and Trent is going to be sculpting some of the lids for these jars, which, once again, these frequently have hand-sculpted pieces of glass, especially heads and faces. And Trent is pretty skilled when it comes to sculpting by hand in the hot shop. So he's going to be working on those sculptures over there. Oh yeah, we're using this box over here quite a bit. Sometimes we'll use it to preheat those pieces of color that I showed you earlier. We need it to be about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit when we pull it out and start actually melting it down. Because thermal shock works both ways. If we cool the glass too quickly or if we heat it too quickly, it'll break. So this is called the garage. We can even set entire, depends on the size, entire pieces aside in that box and just let them sit there for a while, and we can come back to it later, pull it out, and heat it up again. So sometimes we'll work on one half of the project earlier in the day, and then the other half in the second of the day, and then bring everything together. So the idea behind a hot shop like this is the floor is made of concrete and the walls are made of concrete and everything is metal. And so We don't usually have to worry about fires ever happening. Every once in a great while, it'll be like a small piece of glass or a torch falls, and then there's like little bits of rubber or something that are burnt. But yeah, we frequently don't have to worry about it just because it's built so well to control that fire. Yeah, we have a pretty good ventilation system as well. But surprisingly, I'm not talking about the cone itself when I say that. I'm talking about the actual vent that's sitting just above all of our furnaces. But the cone itself is mostly decorative. It does have a story behind it. It's based off of these wood burners that used to sit along the waterway here. Those were called wigwam burners. They were used to burn leftover wood scraps, basically. And they tore those down, they cleaned the area up, but this building is just kind of paying tribute to what this area used to be. So at the center bench, we have let that color cool down enough that we gathered a layer of clear over top of it. We always let that previous layer cool down before getting the next layer of glass. Otherwise, everything is hot through and through, and we start to lose the shape that we worked so hard to get. And then as soon as we get a fresh layer of glass, we sit down and we start using the block, which is that wooden spoon-shaped tool. Just smoothing, evening everything out, making sure the bubble blows out evenly. And we do already have air inside of this glass. You just can't see it underneath that color, but it is already blown. And I know a couple of you guys joined just a little bit later, so I want to point out up on the screen we have a view of the right bench, and we're seeing the same process of the color overlay or the color drop where we melt down a solid piece of color and drop it on top of a bubble. And this just creates a layer of color across the entire piece like we have at the center bench right here. So this is how we got from kind of step 1 to step 2. Now the center bench, this has been blown out quite a bit already. Gabe is using these 2 metal blades to squeeze into the glass. These are called jacks, and we always create this divot in the glass. This is our breaking point. We'll take the piece off of the pipe from there. Now, what these guys are probably doing at both benches at this moment are making color cups. And a color cup is, as it sounds, is a cup of colored glass. They have a rounded bottom to them. And what we do to use them is we keep them warm, we set them aside, we create another bubble of glass. It might have another color on it, it might just be clear, and we stuff it inside of the cup to pick it up on the very outside. At this point, you'll notice we're keeping the glass relatively cold at the center bench. We want it to keep its shape, but we're trying to keep it just warm enough that it doesn't crack, so we're in and out of the furnace every once in a while. And at the same time, Sarah's been preparing a pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end. This has been shaped in such a way that it'll break off easily later on as well. We're attaching this to the bottom of our bubble. After we let this cool down just a bit, we will break the entire bubble off of the pipe it was originally blown on. And the idea behind this is basically just to flip the orientation of the piece. So now we can work on the other side. And because this was blown, when we broke it off of that original pipe, it exposed an opening into the inside of the bubble. So we'll flare it out from here. So we've heated up the front half of this bubble, and Gabe is able to very quickly go in with the jacks and just start flaring it open. We're pushing a wooden paddle against the opening of the piece to kind of smooth and round out that edge. At the same time, we're using another wooden paddle to shield Gabe's arm and hand. And you'll see this consistently, especially the bigger the pieces get, the more heat they radiate, and the more we need to protect those artists from that radiant heat. So this color cup is basically done at the center bench. As long as they're happy with the shape and how wide the opening is, then they'll set it aside and keep it warm. And while I have a little bit of time, could I have our visiting artist slideshow up on the screen, please? So I know a couple of new people have joined in here and there, so I just wanted to make sure you had a chance to see a slideshow of our visiting artist previously made artwork. And once again, our visiting artist today is Ramsin Bustilo, and he's the one who's over on the far, far right of the hot shop wearing the cap over there. Everyone else here is basically just supporting him in creating the work that you see today. They work for the museum. They'll help visiting artists that come through. And our visiting artist, Ramsin, he was born in the Philippines, but he is a Seattle-based artist currently. And he's been teaching interdisciplinary art for over 25 years. And the art that he works with, he was mostly a printmaker, as you'll see with a lot of his art. But he likes to incorporate this with performance and other mixed media, and he's really been dabbling in a lot of glass. Once again, he was here in 2022 and 2023, and he made these pieces the last time he was in here, all the pieces on these front pedestals. Thank you. So we haven't really gotten a glimpse of this little piece of equipment, but this is just a pipe cooler. It's a trough of water that we're setting the pipe down into, which is why you're hearing hissing, maybe even steam rising. Yeah, it's just so we can handle the pipe a lot closer to the glass again. Now, this pipe that we have at the center bench is completely solid all the way through, so we're not going to be blowing into this bit of glass that Gabe has just gathered. And that's telling me that this is probably the core for our sculptural lid for one of these jars. And that process that we saw at the center bench where we created that color cup, it's happening over on the right bench right now as well. So Trent has blown out a bubble of colored glass. He's just attached another pipe to the end of this bubble, which you can see up on the screen now. And he's going to break this bubble off of its original pipe. The little bit of water. Yeah, usually with bigger pieces, you'll see them apply some water, or if that connection is thicker, and the water will crack the glass from thermal shock. Sometimes they'll do it in a quick way where they just squeeze with the metal tool, and hopefully that creates a little crack, enough for them to tap it off. And for those who recently joined in, just to point out the pieces that we have up in the front and on the front pedestals, these are all made by our visiting artist, Ramsun Bustillo. And he's the one over on the far right of the hot shop in the cap over there. Everyone else is basically supporting him in creating this artwork. And these are secondary burial jars. And this is coming from kind of just his cultural background. He was born in the Philippines. This is pre-colonial, pre-Abrahamic Philippines, where they would have a secondary burial. So they would bury their loved one, and then they would actually unearth their loved one, and then put their remains, such as their bones, inside of these large jars. And these jars, of course, they weren't traditionally made out of glass, but Ramsun is making them out of glass and just kind of bringing new life to this older part of the culture. So we've brought out this cup made from colored glass at the center bench. We're keeping it just warm enough. We want it to stay solid and not move very much. And we're getting ready to stuff this large mass of clear inside of it, it looks like. The bit of clear that Gabe has at the center bench. Yeah, this is a delicate balance. They have to make sure that this mass of clear is the right size and temperature and shape before it goes inside of the cup. Otherwise, it's just not going to fit right. They may capture air bubbles in the wall of the piece, among other things. So Gabe is shaping it with this pad in his hand. This is actually just folded up newspaper soaked in water. Just kind of changing the shape into a longer tapered shape. And now that he has reshaped the glass, he's letting this cool, and he'll gather one more layer over top of it. This is usually a strip gather, and you'll see what I mean by that in a moment, but we quite literally strip a lot of the glass off of the end of this piece. And this just gives us a fresh, hot surface on the piece of glass, and it also gets us closer to an exact size. So Gabe is gathering that layer of glass now. I want to emphasize once again, this is completely solid glass through and through. And even though a piece might only be 15 to 20 pounds, it feels so much heavier when it has that leverage against you all the way on the end of the pipe. It feels so much heavier than it actually is. I think they estimated about 4 to 5 times heavier. So they have brought out this heated ring. They've placed it on the floor. They'll knock that cup off and place it into this ring, which will hold it upright and steady while they stuff that glass inside of it. So they're getting one last heat. They've just knocked that cup off. And super satisfying process. As they push down, this glass kind of appears to be filling the cup up from the inside as it slowly touches all the way up the wall. So just like that, we have our color on the outside of that glass now. We have these metal tables throughout the hot shop. These are all Marvers, and we'll use them to shape the glass in this moment. We're slowly rolling and changing our angle a little bit lower to make sure that the cup is touching down all the way around the outside of that glass. And I know some new people have joined here and there again, so I want to point out real quick that we have these pieces on the front pedestals, and we have some sculptural pieces on the front table right here. All these were designed by our visiting artist who we have in here today, Ramson Bustillo, and he's over on the far right. Honestly, he's kind of hiding from you guys over there. He's kind of behind the wall, but everyone else, that's our visiting artist. Everyone you see on the floor around him is supporting him in creating his work, and they work for the Museum of Glass. They're our resident hot shop team. And these pieces that you see, these are secondary burial jars. And these are traditional jars from pre-colonial, pre-Abrahamic Philippines. Our visiting artist was born in the Philippines and is now a Seattle-based artist. And he's been here to the museum a couple of times before. He had a residency in 2022, and then he also came in 23 and made these pieces that you see specifically. So using the newspapers, once again, this pad right here is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. Gabe is able to push and shape this bubble almost kind of like sideways ceramics, you know, when you're using the wheel and it's rotating and you push it in one direction, it gets taller. You push it in another direction, it gets shorter, squat, wide. Same idea here, except we can't touch it. So we are probably turning this into kind of the flat portion of our lid so far, right here. And the sculptural bits, once again, these sculptural heads and things will be made by Trent over on the right bench there. So we'll have multiple components coming together for just this one lid. And of course, applying pressure from both sides at the same time is really going to force this glass into more of a disc, like they're hoping for. And they do have a certain size requirement they have to hit to be able to make sure this lid actually fits on top of the jar that they want it to go on top of. Or at the least, they take the measurement of the lid and then they build the jar around that. They have to make sure that they connect together in one way or the other. And this air nozzle, of course, is just blowing a little bit of compressed air. We want that connection point to cool down so it's not flopping around so much. So these are secondary burial jars. And the idea behind that is, I don't know if I know the entire story behind it, but the way it was explained to me is they dig up the remains of their loved ones and they put the bones and remains in these jars. And so they're made for bones, which is why they're kind of small and tall and skinny. And I think that there are different shapes for these as well. These are just the ones that we're seeing that were made in 2023 specifically. And we're trying to finish off the lids for some of them and then create new entire ones as well during this residency. And yeah, I don't think that they're traditionally made out of glass, but Romson is just kind of bringing new life to that tradition. So I'm not quite sure what they're going to use this setup right here for yet, but this is a piece of kiln shelf that they've just brought out. This is coated in layers of beeswax, which has burnt and turned the board itself kind of black. And we're preheating this to be able to put the glass on it without causing any cracking or any shocking in the glass. So we'll probably be using this setup maybe to flatten and squish the glass even further than it was before. It's kind of hard to believe because it's already so flat. So after heating this glass up, this is brought over to our kiln shelf setup. And it looks like we're using 2 wooden paddles to actually create more of a square shape of the lid instead of it just being perfectly circular. Just going in and creating some geometric edges. And we have a pretty good view of this up on the screen now. Now, I'm not sure if we used this torch last time. I didn't quite see, but this torch is really impressive. We use it for a lot of sculpting and just any small detailed work we need to do. It can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is very impressive, especially when I compare it to the molten glass itself, which is the texture of honey, kind of like lava, sitting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's over twice the heat of molten glass. And we use it to very quickly heat up small areas so we can create finer details without affecting the entire piece overall. And could we have a view of the right bench, please? We're starting to see some of the sculpting process over on the right. Once again, this is the sculptural component for the lid of the jar, which is going to be on top of this disc that we've just created at the center bench. So this is going to be a head, and I believe that it's going to have a face on either side of it. And yeah, this all is, it's mostly clear glass on the inside. There's some colored glass on top, kind of like what we've done at the center bench. So as I mentioned earlier, this small handheld torch, we use it for sculpting, and you'll see that happening over there. This allows us to keep the shape of the overall head and just work on individual facial features at a time. And could I have our visiting artist slideshow real quick? Thank you. So for those who've recently joined in, I don't think that you've seen this slideshow yet. This is our visiting artist slideshow of some previous made works. You might even see some of the pieces that were made the last couple of times he was here. But yeah, once again, we have Romson Bustillo in our hot shop today. And he's just been walking around and kind of checking out what the different benches are doing. He's the designer behind all the pieces on the front pedestals. And these are secondary burial jars that are being made. So they're meant to hold bones, which is why they have these kind of tall, skinny shapes. And we're making the lid for one right at this moment. I believe that we're making it for a jar that's already been made on the front pedestal over here. They weren't quite able to finish them last time he was here. But I'm sure they'll also be making some new vessels entirely, because this is a 5-day residency, so he's going to be here all the way through Sunday, yeah. So we've been continuing to see this sculpting process up on the screen for the two faces on either side of this head. At the center bench, we are just about to see in a moment the puntying of the piece, which is bringing over another pipe, attaching it to the end of our piece, and breaking the piece off of its original pipe. So I assume where they're going to want to attach the head is going to be right where the pipe is connected currently. And all of these lids are built in such a way that they have kind of a disc or a lip on the inside underneath of the lid. So that way the lid can't just slide right off of the top of the jar, of course. It's built to be functional. So in order to attach this bit of clear evenly, this is quite literally dropped onto the bottom of the lid. And then that clear is cut off using a pair of diamond shears. And you'll notice whenever we drop bits of color or clear down like this, we always let everything else cool down so much that there's basically no glowing color to it at all. And this just makes sure that when we shape this bit of clear we just attached, we're not altering the shape of the lid itself. We're just working with that one bit of new glass. And this is actually a graphite paddle right here. Graphite tools are pretty expensive, but they are not burnable like wood, but they're also insulating like wood. So they're just really useful whenever we can use them. So same process again at the center bench. This is going to be kind of a longer rod-shaped portion of clear that'll hang down into the jar, just like these lids on the front table here. Once again, these are great examples. This one's definitely pretty big. Oh yeah, and since you haven't seen this part of the process yet, just in case anyone is kind of just about to leave, but we put the pieces away inside of these boxes that we have on our far walls. These are called annealers. And this cools the glass super slowly. Of course, the process is called annealing because they're annealers, but it starts at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We just put them in there throughout the day. And then at the end of the day, we press a button and it cools down from there. So we're keeping all of them warm temporarily throughout the day until about 5 p.m. And then we cool everything all at once. And depending on the thickness, like these pieces are going to be pretty big, pretty thick. We're probably going to have to cool them for a day or two, probably about 2 days, before they're ready to take out. And this is all just to prevent cracking from thermal shock. So I'm not sure if this is still the same exact plan, but last time I asked our visiting artist when he was here in 2023 making these pieces. He said that his hopes is that people will actually take these and use them. So I think that he would maybe sell them to people or keep them personally or give them to people he knows. But yeah, that's kind of the idea behind a lot of them. Yeah, the center bench, we've just attached our punty to the very end of our piece. We're applying some water. And then all it takes is a tap of the pipe, and that should pop right off. And there we go. So now after breaking this piece off of this pipe, you will actually be able to see a window to the inside of the piece. It is solid all the way through, but just a reminder, the color is only on the surface of the piece. So you'll be able to see a window of clear. So their next step is going to be superheating that area they just broke off of the pipe, and they'll start pinching and closing that window so you can't see that clear anymore. And this is also where they're going to be attaching that sculpted head that they're making over on the right bench. Oh, these are corkwood paddles, by the way. If you're smelling a lot of burning, this is why. These are really important to use for sculpting. They have a very gentle touch. Corkwood is very insulating. It's very soft. It's not going to scrape or shock anything. But at the same time, because of that softness, because of that insulatedness, they're going to burn. Oh, and this is fun. So we're heating up a tungsten drill bit that's quite literally inside of a drill. We're heating it up enough that it's going to melt and drill a hole into the earlobe of our sculpted head. And they're doing this on either side. Oh yeah, something interesting to point out. We don't often see glass blowers wearing gloves, but you will see them wear gloves when the piece is really heavy and they need to get more grip on the pipe, or in this case, Gabe is working so close to the piece of glass that he absolutely does need at least a little bit of protection when he's that close to that giant piece of glass that's radiating a lot of heat. But something that sucks about wearing gloves is that heat builds up and builds up and builds up, and then all of a sudden you feel it, and the glove is attached to your hand, so you have to kind of rip it off in that moment. So we really try to avoid wearing gloves or anything else like that. Yeah, whenever they get to an important step or whenever they've finished something, they always have the visiting artist come over and check it out. And then the visiting artist, this is their most important job. They tell them if it's correct or not, basically. It is their design, it's their idea, so they can tell the artist what they want changed or what they want done to the piece of glass. So I was just asking about the overall process and what this one is being made specifically for. Is it one that's already made or one that they made earlier today or later on? And it's being made for this one right here, which you can see has an overall square shape to it to kind of match the lid. And then this head that's down on the front table right here is the head that's being made for this as well, or that was made for this lid. And they'll be attached cold. A lot of the lids and the sculptural components are attached hot. This one is very much attached hot in the hot shop on a previous date. Now this is good in some ways. When you attach things cold, there's less chance of it breaking and you don't drop any components in the hot shop. But then again, when you're attaching things hot, they're quite literally fused together. So there's benefits to both of them. Oh, at this point, we've taken out some rollers. This just makes sure the piece is rotating extremely centered. We don't have to kind of chase it back and forth across the bench like we were doing beforehand. Just making sure everything's staying very symmetrical. And for those who just joined in, just want to point out that we are making the lid to a secondary burial jar. Wait, were you guys in here earlier? You were, weren't you? Okay, so I actually do have updated information, though. It's made for this one right here. And the head for this jar's lid is already made as well, so we're just making basically the overall lid shape, and then we'll attach the head and the lid cold on a later date. So probably using epoxy or resin or, you know, a really strong glue. But yeah, we're very close to being done. Okay, I get questions every now and then about why we torch this area of the glass that they're torching right now. So just to mention real quick, this is the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out. And it's also physically attached to that steel rod, which is continuously sucking out heat of the glass. And if this area of the glass cools below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit too much, then it will crack from thermal shock. So we're just kind of balancing things out. We're letting the front cool down. We're heating up the back to prevent that shock. Yeah, that's what we use these fluffy torches for a lot, is kind of just evening heat out or getting more of a general heat in one area. And then we use those really small focus flames like they've been doing over on the right for sculpting. And then of course we use the furnace for overall heats, just making sure everything stays warm. Oh, and all those furnaces, they run off of natural gas and forced air. That smaller handheld torch that we use for sculpting is actually run off of propane and oxygen, so we have a much more focused hot flame. So they've continuously heated up that area right at the end of the pipe, enough so that they're able to cut at that connection, just weaken it enough to break off. And Sarah's gotten suited up in a little bit of gear. These gloves specifically, they're made out of Kevlar, which is apparently the same material as firefighting suits. So this allows her to handle this piece of glass at least briefly without feeling too much heat. You can still feel heat through that. So we apply some water to that breaking point, tap the pipe, and we have just finished our lid. And let's give them a little round of applause for those of you who have sat through this whole process. Yeah, you guys were here from the get-go. So this has been placed upright into a small ring in there, just making sure that we're not touching the surface itself to anything inside of that box. But yeah, it'll cool down in there for probably a couple of days just because of the thickness of this piece is so large. Now we can focus more on the sculpting over on the right bench. And once again, this residency runs till Sunday, or through Sunday, I should say. So they will continue to make a variety of these jars themselves, as well as more lids and sculptural components for those lids. And yeah, feel free to ask me any questions you have. It doesn't have to be specifically about what you're seeing on the floor either, just as long as it's glass related, I should have an answer for it. Now, they've just finished that sculpted head as well. Right where they broke it off the pipe, they're torching it a bit, making sure those cracks from breaking it off don't travel anywhere. And this piece is done. Let's give them another round of applause for working on that sculpted head. Thank you, guys. That is also going inside of the annealer, which I'm not sure if you guys are around for that explanation earlier, but this box just sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit continuously throughout the day. So despite it being kind of the area it cools, it's not actually cold, it's keeping it warm. And then it slowly cools overnight. Now, we still have 45 minutes left, so they're probably going to do some prep work or make something small, but we're not going to see anything large scale for the rest of the day, that's for sure. And yeah, once again, if you have questions, let me know. And welcome into the hot shop. Nice, we have a couple of new people. Yeah, so we're just getting started again. Probably do a little bit of prep work for tomorrow. Yeah, this is the first day of a visiting artist residency for Rumson Bastillo. And he is the one kind of in the center of the floor, black t-shirt and cap on his head, just to point him out to you all. And everyone else you see, they are working for the museum full-time. They'll help visiting artists that come through. And because of this, they've worked on so many different things and gained so much experience. They have about 20 to 30 years of professional glassblowing experience. But the pieces that are being made during this residency are like what you see on the front pedestals. And these are secondary burial jars. So something people probably haven't heard very much of, but this was a tradition in pre-colonial and pre-Abrahamic Philippines. Our visiting artist was born in the Philippines. And they would dig up the bodies of loved ones or the remains of loved ones, and they would put their bones inside of these secondary burial jars. So these jars are actually being made for that purpose as well. Rumson is hoping that people will want to use them in the future, and he's creating probably as much as he can during this residency. But he was here in 2022 for a residency, and then he was also here in 2023 where he made these pieces specifically. We just finished the lid for this one right here and set it aside. So that's why it's a little bit of a lull right now, is because we just finished a big piece of glass. But we should see some prep work being done in a moment here for tomorrow. This might include making some color cups, which are cups of blown colored glass that have kind of a round bottom. And the way that we use those is we create a bubble the next day, we preheat that cup back up to temperature, and then we stuff the bubble inside of the cup and kind of fill it up from the inside. And that makes sure that we have color on the very surface of the piece instead of kind of buried under layers of clear. It's the best way to describe it. I'm sure we have a stuffed cup diagram. Could we show that off real quick, please? Yeah, it's good to have visuals. Yeah, here it is. So the diagram is up on the screen now. Yeah, that's the process I was trying to describe. But yeah, we can even layer different colors and patterns on top of each other based off of this image here. You can see that we have two different faded colors coming together. So we can use this technique in many different ways. Thank you. And this is how all of the color starts, by the way. All these pieces of color, they're called color bar. I have a small sample right here, but this is different metals, minerals, oxides that are mixed into the raw glass mixture in kind of larger settings. And then they ship them out in this bar form to people like us who actually use them and blow the art pieces. So we don't make the color ourselves, we just get it shipped in like that. Yep, so you can already see Trent working with a piece of color bar over on the right. This is just barely heated up, but it's not really workable yet. So the way that we use color bar is we completely melt it down first off, and then we create a small clear bubble of glass on another pipe, and we'll drop that color on top and kind of spread it over top of that clear bubble, so it creates a layer of color throughout the entire piece. And luckily, this one, it's pretty obvious, that layer of color kind of within the clear. You gathered many layers of clear over top of it. But to prevent that kind of layer of disconnect, that is why we use color cups to get the layer of color on the outside. But yeah, just to show you visually an example, this is a very obvious representation of there's just a layer of color within the piece. The entire piece isn't made out of color. So Sarah has that clear bubble up on the screen. Yeah, so we have two different pipes generally. We have a solid pipe and we have a blow pipe. So Sarah has a blow pipe. It acts like a straw. We can actually pull air out of our glass pieces as well. So sometimes we will heat up a portion of glass and suck air out of the pipe. And surprisingly, this is not hot at all, but it creates a dip in the glass, or kind of a, what's a good word for that? I don't know. We make pieces that are called suck bowls, for example. It's just completely sucked in on itself. It creates a bowl shape. Have you guys had a chance to take a look up yet? I know it's satisfying, right? It feels much bigger than it actually is. It's supposedly about 90 feet tall. So that process I described a moment ago, we're actually seeing it now over on that right bench. And for those who just joined in, you did not hear me describe that process, but this is called a color drop or a color overlay. This molten bit of glass we just brought over is pure colored glass through and through. I believe this is a really nice, expensive green color called aventurine, which has these little bits of copper inside of it that make it appear glittery, quite literally. And we've just dropped this on top of a clear bubble. We'll go through the process of pushing and rolling this color back until it completely covers up that clear. So it gives the appearance of the piece being all made from that color. So, way more exciting than prep work, like I thought they were doing. We are going to be blowing this bubble of glass inside of this mold up in the front, actually. So, this mold has a door on it just so that we're able to forcefully apply pressure from all sides of the bubble at the same time, and then we can just open the door to bring the piece back out. That's the idea behind this hinge. But yeah, this is just a wooden box, and this creates the overall geometric or square shape that we have for those pieces over there, for example. Except I think these ones were blown without a mold, so this one should produce much crisper edges. Yeah, they're expecting this to smoke a lot, so they just set up a fan that's going to blow the air away from the artist while they're working with this glass. And yeah, for you who just joined, we are actually going to be making a relatively big piece of glass. We're starting over on the right bench where we're gathering layers of clear over top of this color that we already have. And we'll be blowing this bubble inside of this box right here, and this will apply pressure from all sides at the same time, hopefully creating nice crisp corners and flat edges. So yeah, that's what we can expect to see. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. We have something pretty exciting that's going to be happening right here. We are starting a bubble over on the right bench. We already have our color on this bubble. We're just going to continue gathering layers of clear until this is big enough. And then we're going to be blowing this inside the mold that we have in the front of the hot shop. You can see them kind of messing around with it right now. They are working on a way to keep the door of the mold completely closed, because when we blow that bubble inside of the mold, it really forcefully pushes into the sides and we can't physically hold it closed with our hands. So we're going to use some clamps instead. Yeah, just to update for anyone that's recently joined, once again, we are preparing this bubble over on the right bench that's going to be blown inside of this mold in the front. We have this all set up right now, and they're expecting it to smoke, so if you're very sensitive to smoke smell, then might not be the show for you, but it is very impressive. We've set up this fan, hopefully push some of that smoke away. And yeah, we're just gathering layer after layer of clear right now, just building up mass for the piece more than anything else. And you know, in between layers of clear, we always have to let that previous layer cool down. So we're sitting and waiting, and then we gather a layer of clear, and then we sit and we wait again, and then we gather a layer of clear. So the process takes a really long time in the beginning, and then once we have all the glass we need, it's just as quick as heat it up, go in the mold, blow it, and then you're out and you're done. So it's all just a build up and anticipation. And this is a pipe cooler that we're using, so don't worry, you're not missing out on too much. So it's a trough of water that we set the pipe down into. Just allows us to handle the pipe closer to the glass and get some better leverage against it. So once we've moved over to the center bench, this usually means that this is all the glass we need for the project, and they'll start blowing it out and shaping it from here. So we're using a block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool, just smoothing, evening everything out. This is also cooling the surface of the glass. So when we blow out that bubble within, hopefully this blows out evenly from within all of this mass. In this pad right here in Gabe's hand, this is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. That is all that material is. Just kind of guiding which way it blows out as Trent blows into the end of the pipe. So they told me that they're not expecting to fill the mold all the way in the vertical direction, but maybe fill it up to a certain height. Yeah, that's a pretty big box. It'd be a lot of glass. And after giving this another heat, Gabe is going in for the jack line. Once again, the jack line is a line or a divot that we create near the pipe, and this is our breaking point. So later on, once we have our shape after blowing in the mold, then we'll break it off from this line. And once again, the only way that we're using these wooden paddles in this moment is just to shield Gabe's hand and arm from the heat that's radiating off of the glass itself. And there is quite a bit of heat coming off of this. I mean, it's always above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit and up to about 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And sometimes we'll spray a little bit of water inside of the furnace. And this is just to break apart any air bubbles that have risen to the surface of the glass. This tends to happen when we gather over and over again, and we can't prevent any glass from dripping off of our bubbles, so inevitably there will be a little tail that comes off and it can trap air inside of it. It looks like we may be gathering over top of this again, so we're letting it cool down. And since we created that jack line, that divot in the glass, we'll probably only gather right up to that line. So holding it up towards the ceiling, that lets gravity do a little bit of work. It was pulling that glass back onto the bubble so that it didn't elongate or drip off of the end of the bubble. And yeah, you could tell how heavy this piece of glass is. This is a lot of mass on the end of the pipe, and the length of the bubble doesn't help, that's for sure. So we went straight to the pipe cooler, and that heat from the fresh molten glass is slowly seeping into the rest of the bubble, and everything is going to start moving pretty soon. So very importantly, they have pushed those clamps together. So now the box shouldn't open itself as they're applying this pressure. And Gabe is forcefully pushing air inside of this bubble, which is pushing it into all the corners and crevices of this mold. Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah. I mean, you can tell the bubble is not sticking out of the top of the mold, so we're not filling up the entire mold, but we should get the bottom corners maybe. And yeah, you can see how much it's smoking. Once again, this is why we have the fan set up. And just like that, we have our piece. It's still so hot that it is starting to kind of collapse on itself. So looks like we'll go back in the mold briefly. It's a delicate balance. The bubble is so hot that it's burning away at the mold, which is probably why they came out in the first place. But if they come out too soon, then they can lose that shape. And yes, this is as intense as it looks. I mean, this is a lot of glass, so they have to be careful. You're all gonna go home smelling like campfire smoke, so hopefully you like that. Yeah, we're just slightly reinflating any areas that we're trying to deflate from that heat, that residual heat. We're using a combination of wooden paddles and then corkwood paddles. These are the corkwood right here. Really gentle on the glass, really insulating material. And this is just a big wooden board or a piece of kiln shelf that we're resting the glass on. Hoping to apply even pressure from all the sides at the same time, or as many sides as we can. Straighten everything back out again. So it looks like they are getting ready to break this piece off of the pipe already. And you can always tell because somebody will be getting suited up in these big Kevlar gloves. And these are basically the same material or the same material entirely as firefighting suits, fun fact. So